We are broadcasting live.
Good morning, everyone. This is the Town of Mono's council meeting of January the 13th, February 13th, 2024. The meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted by Section 238, 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the Town of Mono procedural bylaw. If you download the agenda from our webpage, it'll tell you how to participate in the meeting or view the meeting on YouTube. We do have a quorum. The Mayor, John Creelman, will be a little late coming this morning, so I'm going to conduct the meeting until he gets here. For those of you in the audience, the emergency exits are directly in front of us. The public should know that these proceedings are being video recorded and broadcast. Councillors may disclose a pecuniary interest now or at any time during the meeting. Elaine, would you like to do the land acknowledgement, please?
Thank you. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and ancestral lands of the Te Onatate, Attawandaron, Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection of Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you, Councillor Keeps. We have an agenda in front of us, and we have a motion to approve the agenda. Are there any, first of all, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Manklow, Councillor Capes, are there any comments or changes or additions to the agenda? Hearing none, are there anyone against the motion? That motion passes. We have a motion to approve the previous minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Davey and Councillor Capes. Any comments, errors, or omissions on those minutes?
They're great.
They're great, okay. All in favor? That passes. Now I have two proclamations to read here. The first is proclamation on the Nonprofit Appreciation Week. Whereas Nonprofit Appreciation Week is an important opportunity to say thank you to the sector that goes above and beyond in supporting vulnerable people and strengthening communities. And whereas the diversity of nonprofit programs, including food security, housing, mental health, support for seniors and caregivers, child and youth development, sports and recreation, faith, the environment, arts and culture, services for people with disabilities, community health care, counseling, and more immeasurably enhance our quality of life. And whereas there are more than 150 charities and nonprofit organizations serving families and individuals throughout Dufferin County, including in Mono, and whereas the people who work at our community nonprofits are known for their dedication, skill, compassion, teamwork, and leadership, and have always been there when we have needed them the most. Now, therefore, I, as Deputy Mayor Fred Nix, on behalf of Council, do hereby proclaim February 12th to 18th, 2024, to be the Nonprofit Appreciation Week in the town of Mono, and encourage all residents to show their appreciation to the people who work in our communities, charities, and nonprofits. Do I sign that now? Or? Okay. The second declaration I have is human trafficking awareness. Whereas evidence suggests over 90% of Canada's trafficking victims come from within Canada's borders, and whereas Canada has become a hotbed for human sex trafficking of minor-aged children, 60% of all Canada's human trafficking can be linked in some ways to activities that occur along the Highway 401 corridor. And whereas human trafficking also affects other highly vulnerable populations, including but not limited to the economically vulnerable, persons with disabilities, and runaway youth, with disproportionate vulnerability for youth who identify as gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender. And whereas public awareness about human trafficking needs to reach broader communities and communicate more information about this crime, be it resolved that the Council for the Town of Mono is committed to help educate the public and promote awareness about human trafficking, Be it further resolved that Council for the Town of Mono proclaims February 22nd as Human Trafficking Awareness Day to help bring awareness to the magnitude of modern-day slavery in Canada and encourage Canadians to take steps to combat human trafficking. Be it further resolved that Council for the Town of Mono encourage government and philanthropic organizations to fund research that would address gaps in knowledge related to human trafficking. Now therefore, I, Deputy Mayor Fred Nix, on behalf of Council, do hereby proclaim February 22nd, 2024 to be the Human Trafficking Awareness Day in the Town of Mono.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes?
I just want to add to that, and thank you for reading those, that we do have an organization in Dufferin County, Cry Not, who are actively engaged in education of the situation. It's here in Dufferin County too, so.
Very good. I hadn't heard of that before. All right, Mr. Clerk, we come to public question period. Were there any questions submitted online?
Deputy Mayor Nix, there was one question submitted online, and the question is there an update from Rogers on their progress or lack thereof of the fiber installation project in town?
Yeah, interesting. I had a resident phone me last week to ask me the same question. They wanted to phone the town. I have no information on that. Mr. Donor, do you have any knowledge? When they first appeared before council, as I remember it, I thought they were going to have all the construction done by the end of 2023. They're obviously nowhere near that target. Do you have any information?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nix. We had permits prepared last year for release that weren't picked up. They were much slower than they anticipated, working in the south end, 3rd line, 4th line, 5th line, and 6th line, I believe, in 5 Side Road. That's kind of where they finished off. We did recently receive 71 permits that we're working through somehow to try to process those as timely as we can. Some of which were already submitted last year that we've already reviewed, so it complicates things even more. We have scheduled a meeting with Rogers tomorrow, so we hope to have a little bit more information then and work on priorities and kind of trickling out the permits as we, as they're planning on working in certain areas. So
Okay.
that's all I have right now.
For the benefit of the public, these permits that Mr. Donor is talking about are what, occupancy permits for when they do work on the road, or occupancy permits, or permits to do construction on our road system?
Yeah, we look, it's for occupancy insurance, traffic control. It also we also review where they're proposing the cables to go and the crossings and all the depths, offsets from property line, offsets from edge of asphalt and all that as well.
Okay, and the public should know it's not the town of Mono that's in the driver's seat here. We are sitting back, we are getting the service installed, and it's up to Rogers and their contractors.
Correct. We're processing the permits. Like I said, there was multiple permits that were prepared last year, and they were sitting in the front counter ready for pickup, and they weren't picked up. So we're not delaying them on our end. Now we're processing these 71 permits as quickly as we can and prioritizing them as they kind of work their way north.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other, oh, yes, Mr. Manklow.
Thank you, Mr. Donor. I look forward to hearing the results of this meeting. On the 5th Side Road, which I travel frequently, there's been no activity for some months, I guess. Is there any activity in the town at all, or are they stopped for winter, so to speak?
Thanks, Councillor Magdalow. No, there is not that I'm aware of. We haven't come across anybody right now, and they probably shouldn't. It's not an ideal time to be working out there anyway. So weather will play a role, and so will half loads.
All right, are there any other questions online, Mr. Simpson?
No questions submitted on advance, though we could check to confirm if there's anyone logged in virtually. Mr. Dahmer, do we have any guests on the meeting?
There's one person online that, who's DT?
David Trotman.
Oh, that's David Trotman, okay. So
There's no one from the public online.
Okay,
Thank you.
so that's it for public question period. We have a delegation at 9:15 with Nancy. I'm sorry, I forget your last name, Nancy. Neil. It's only 9:10. With everyone's permission, can we go ahead and start? This is from Watson and Associates on the issue of development charges. Nancy, if you'd like to come forward and push the little button on the mic, you can start your presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning. I believe the presentation is up here. Good morning to council. I know that previously a presentation that we gave to staff to kind of kick off the development charge process was provided for information, and there was questions that came out of that. So I've prepared a slightly shorter presentation, some of which you know, will kind of fly through. There's been a lot of development charge legislative changes since your last bylaw was approved, and there continues to be changes. In fact, we are anticipating additional changes this year, which may actually come forth during the process of undertaking your development charge study. So with that, I will go through. So just the purpose of today is to review those legislative changes that have taken place since your last DC bylaw passed, as well as speak to specific questions that I was forwarded by staff that you have regarding attainable housing, affordable housing, how residential development charges can be calculated, how we are able to include any shared services that you provide that are joint with other municipalities into the calculations, whether or not policing can be included in development charges, and the inclusion of growth-related studies going forward. And then I'll open it up to any further questions that you may have as well throughout with the balance of information that we're going to provide. So just as a very high level, there has been a Development Charges Act in place since 1989. It allowed municipalities to collect 100% of growth-related costs for capital for any services that you provided. In 1997, there was a major overhaul to the Development Charges Act, which limited you down to somewhere between 75 and 85% on average for most municipalities due to mandatory exemptions, discounts, and other policies. Since 1997, you can see there has been currently 9 amendments to the Development Charges Act, some of which were actually included in your last development charge, but others that have taken place since. And as mentioned, we're expecting a number 10 this year to take place. Since the passage of your last development charge bylaw, there has been 4 legislative changes and 1 additional that we're anticipating. The names of the bills or acts and the bills that we refer to with the numbers are listed there for your viewing pleasure after the fact. But to get into some of the specifics, the More Homes for Everyone Act, or Bill 109, received royal assent in April of 2022. Really, the only thing it did was require additional reporting requirements to the annual treasurer statement and the requirement for you guys to actually post that online. The next change to that was Bill 23. This was a significant change for municipalities with a number of changes for those municipalities that were collecting for social housing units. That was made ineligible, so another reduction. The removal of studies as an eligible capital cost came out. Now, you're currently collecting for growth-related studies in your current bylaw, but once you pass the new bylaw, that will become ineligible. For additional residential units in both existing and new homes, you can now have up to 2 additional units, and they are exempt. So if you're building a single-family home, for example, you can also include a basement apartment and even an ancillary, say, garden suite or granny flat in the backyard, and those 2 other units are exempt. Okay, you still have to pay the initial charge, but the 2 additional they can be ancillary or within the unit as long as your zoning allows for it. They're exempt. They also introduced an exemption for affordable housing units, attainable housing units, and affordable residential units within inclusionary zoning bylaws, if you have one, as well as making nonprofit housing fully exempt. For rental housing, there are also discounts that now are in place. And so depending on the number of bedrooms in a rental unit, they get somewhere between 15 and 25% of a discount on the charges. And then they also added a mandatory phase-in. So for any new bylaw that's passed, you can only collect for year one 80%, year two 85%, and it goes up 5% every year. So it takes you till year 5 before you're actually recovering 100% of the calculated charge. Now, indexing still applies for that to account for inflation, but that is again reducing what you can recover through development charges.
Can we ask a question?
Absolutely.
And I had some questions earlier than this, but just on that phasing. So you build a house, and let's say our development charge for a residential unit is $20,000. The year that you occupy that house, you only pay 80% of the $20,000?
That's correct. It's actually at the time of the building permit.
Or the building permit?
Yeah.
So then in year 2, you pay 5% of that $20,000?
No, if you pull your permit in year 1, you will only ever pay 80%. You can't go back and collect the additional funds going forward.
Oh, I see.
If you
I see.
pull your
Oh.
permit in year 2 of the bylaw,
What do you mean by pull your permit? You get,
actually have it issued. So if the building permit is issued within the first year of the bylaw, you can only actually recover 80% from that building permit.
oh, I see.
In year 2, it goes up to 85% that you could recover for any
Okay.
permits issued in that year. Year 3 is 90%, et cetera. So any
Okay.
permits that are issued within the first 5 years are not recovering 100% of the calculated charges that are approved in the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. I completely misunderstood that phrase. Just while we're on that slide
Yeah.
6, if it's okay with the rest of council,
For sure.
can you just back up to, I read what affordable units means. Can you tell us, because we have had one developer here before us at the town of Mono who says they're going to build attainable units. Just to let you know, and our math may be way off here, we did some calculations, and we're thinking that these units he's talking about, they're 3-story townhouses, are going to sell for between $800,000 and $1 million. But their planner used the word attainable. I assume they're using that word because they're hoping they'll get a reduction in DC charges. But do we know what attainable means?
Unfortunately, we don't know fully what attainable means right now. The Act says that attainable is not rental, nor is it affordable. And right now, that's all it states. The section regarding affordable and attainable is actually not in effect yet because it's waiting on proclamation of the regulations. The regulations haven't been released because we are waiting for a bulletin to be provided that will provide what the average purchase price, average rental price, and average income levels are in each municipality. Until that bulletin is available, the affordable and attainable exemptions don't exist. We know they've made a change recently to the affordable definition. It's still not in place, but what they haven't provided yet and what we expect through regulation is a further definition of what attainable actually means.
Okay, thanks. Does anyone else on council? Councillor Manklow?
Thank you. On this Bill 23, the fifth bullet there, which says exemption for this whole list of things, affordable, attainable, inclusionary, et cetera, is that totally exempt? No development charges for these units?
That's correct. Once proclamation has happened, you will have a bulletin to then measure against to determine whether any residential home is affordable or attainable. And if it falls within the definition of it, then it will be fully exempt from development charges.
Can you elaborate that on the bulletin? How does that work?
Well, that's what we're waiting for.
Okay.
What isn't clear and what we've been asking for over a year now regarding this is, what level will the bulletin be provided at? It says for the municipality. We don't know if that's going to be at a county level, at a municipal level, whether there'll be a number of municipalities grouped to determine what that average rent, purchase, or income level is. We don't know if it will be differentiated by types of units. So what is, if they manage to average everything for singles versus a townhouse versus an apartment, depending on, where you land on what the average price is, all the small units may end up being affordable or attainable. But we don't know if they're going to differentiate that between, here's the average for singles, low-density singles and semis, here's the average for townhouses, here's the average for apartments. We're just not clear, and as much as we continue to ask, we are not being provided with any additional details from the province that would really help us help all of our municipal clients.
I can hear your frustration. To follow up on Mr. Nix's question, the 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, that's dated from when? When is year zero?
So as soon as you pass your new bylaw, that is when we start the first phase in. So currently, you're still recovering 100% of the charge you have in place. It's when the new bylaw passes that first year kicks in.
Councillor Capes and then Davy.
Just back to the lovely bulletin question. When is that bulletin coming? Have they given any indication about that at all?
No, we anticipated it from what we were originally hearing by the end of last year, but I think gathering of information has been difficult, and we don't know. There's been no update as to when we may see that. We, expect to see it this year, but again, we've been expecting to see it for months now, so unfortunately, there's just kind of radio silence from
Right,
the
and a
province as to when that's
follow-up
going to
to
be
that.
available.
Yeah, thank you. And so our new bylaw has to be in effect on what date?
Next year sometime.
Is it September, Bus?
Sorry,
Sorry, yeah, end of July.
July 2025?
July, this year,
This year.
2024.
2024?
Yeah, I think it's
So-
July 30th, actually.
So if there's no bulletin, why would we pass that bylaw? Because we don't have half the information we need to actually execute that bylaw.
So, just to be clear, once your bylaw expires on July 30th, if you don't have a new bylaw in
no
place,
DC
you can't
charges.
collect anything going forward.
Right?
So you have to undertake something. Any change that the legislation makes after your bylaw is in place overrides any rules in your bylaw anyways. So when they made the change, for example, for the nonprofit housing, that's already in place, and that, even though your bylaw doesn't state that, already overrides the current bylaw. So once the bulletin becomes available and the attainable is defined further, it will automatically become in force regardless of what the policies are laid out in your bylaw, because the act overrides it.
Right, so once our new bylaw is passed, we don't know what attainable, affordable actually means, so we can just continue to collect 100%.
Correct, until it's in place.
Right, okay. Oh, great, thank you.
Councillor Davy.
Thank you, Mayor Nix. So this is very interesting. So, I have two thoughts. When things are phased in, it's usually in an effort to, make it less onerous, right? We will only a little bit at the time, and a little bit, but it seems almost the opposite, that we're going to be getting less. There's less opportunity for development charges, and so we're actually phasing in, getting less and less as time goes on, right?
Just to be clear, until we've updated the calculations, whether 80% for year one is less than what you're currently collecting, it's possible, but we don't know until we go through the process of identifying the growth forecast period that we're going to be using and all the capital needs for that, for this next bylaw.
Well, right, so that begs the other thought that I have, the idea that if all of these different things that in the past we were, if you build a house and we have got development charges, so this is what you're saying, you could have higher development charges, but just saying, you build a house and there's a development charge on it, and oh, there's some units, let's add development charges on that. No, you can't do that. But the need, the services are greater. You got more people, more things, more, so where's the money coming for the services? What's the plan?
Yeah, unfortunately, you have to come up with that from other sources, whether it's property taxes or other reserves you may have. Hopefully, there's funding made available from the province or federal government that you can tap into for some of that lost revenue.
Well, or so if the whole gist here is an effort to, what's it called, build houses faster, so that's to get development guys with better cash flow, because you're not having to give the municipality money for all these services that are down the road after you build it, just focus your money on the building, then the province they have to. That's where the money has to come from for the services in a town like us, where we need to be dealing with waste and things which we don't have already. We don't have the infrastructure. Right? Am I
Correct.
thinking? Okay, thank you.
You are correct,
Thank you.
yes. I mean, your only other option is to cut service if you can't.
Yeah, sure,
for-
build a
for the
house,
deal.
but we're not giving, there's going to be no water and no
I know,
waste.
and that's the difficulty.
Okay, Mayor Creelman has a question.
Sometimes it's tempting to try and apply logic to this, and I think that's a mug's game. My understanding is the province has financial inducements for municipalities to build homes, but we, by definition, are too small to avail ourselves of those inducements. And I think even Orangeville, as an example, is too small to avail itself of those cash inducements to build homes. So we're caught between a rock and a hard place. We can't get support from the province. They're cutting our feet out from underneath us in terms of what we can recover by way of DCs, and our taxpayers are holding the bag. I just make that as an editorial comment.
Okay, I think, I know this is your presentation, Nancy, and I'm
that's
sorry
okay.
we bogged you down with questions.
No, that's what I'm here for.
If you'd like to proceed.
Sure. A couple other changes that took place in Bill 23 actually affects the calculations we undertake. So the Act requires us to look at a historic service standard. So what it says is you can't charge future growth any more than what you've provided on average over the past, what used to be 10 years is now over the past 15 years. So we have to actually undertake some calculations looking at what you've provided to your existing community over the last 15 years. And what that does is it sets an upper ceiling amount for each service as to what we can include going forward in the development charge calculations. As well, in the past, bylaws could only exist for a maximum of 5 years. That has now been extended that you can have your bylaw in place for up to 10 years. There's nothing stopping you from redoing it sooner if there's a significant change to something that has been missed or has come up and been identified since the study took place. But any update or amendment also, at this point, will restart that 80% phase-in year one as
But
well.
a bylaw that's in place for 10 years, it's still, the DC charges would still be indexed, would they not?
Yes, they would be still indexed. And then if there's any developments that are coming through site plan or for rezoning, the development charge rate is actually frozen at the date of application. And the developer has 2 years from the date of approval of that application to get the rate that's in effect at the time of application. As well, for rental or institutional developments, they pay their DCs in installments now, 6 equal installment payments, starting not at the time of building permit issuance, but occupancy permit, and then for every year thereafter for 5 years, an equal amount. However, for both those situations, you can add interest. And interest was originally identified or was not prescribed. It has now been prescribed as a maximum of the average of the prime rate plus 1% going forward that you can include. The next act was the Helping Home Buyers Protecting Tenants Act, which extended the mandatory exemption for those additional residential units to all lands within a municipality. So originally in Bill 23, it was just for urban serviced lands. It now removed the word urban, and it now is available, that exemption for all lands, including in rural areas. The Affordable Homes and Good Jobs Act, which just passed in December of last year, amended the definition for affordable residential units. And what it did was introduce an income-based test as well as the average purchase price or market test. What that is, and I won't go into extreme detail here, but there are now both the, and this is what the bulletin is needed for, to judge against what is the average price for rent and what is the average income for renters. As well, the ownership, it was originally anticipated to be at 80% of the average purchase price. That has now been changed to 90%, and that income-based test has also been included in those calculations. There's lots of details there you can read through, but it's going to be a challenge for staff to implement this and be able to, ascertain whether something actually falls into the affordable or attainable categories once they, the legislation is in place and they become effective. So the attainable housing, as I mentioned, all it states now really is that it's not affordable and it's not a rental residential unit. And other than that, we're expecting, as it mentions, that it will be as prescribed in a development class, and that has not been provided yet. So we still just aren't sure 100%. We've heard lots of different rumors as to what that might look like, but we have, I think it's all just rumor and speculation at this point, because the province certainly has not provided any other details. There was a question from one of the council members, I'm not sure who, about the imposition of development charges based on the size of the dwelling, like the square footage of it, versus on a average person per unit, that we typically calculate the residential development charges on. So what we do is we calculate the costs that are related to or benefit the residential development on a per capita basis. And then for various types of units, low being your single semis, medium being your townhouse type units, and high density being apartments, we apply that per capita rate against an average person per unit measure. That data is readily available through Stats Canada. It's tracked and recorded for each municipality and each upper tier so that we have something concrete to actually measure against how many people on average are in different types of units. The size of the unit, unfortunately, doesn't necessarily indicate how many people may live in that unit and be requiring the services you provided. I'll give you a perfect example. I have 4 children. There's 6 of us in our home. We're in a 1,000 square foot home. My sister-in-law is in a 3,500 square foot home, and she lives by herself. So I can guarantee you my small unit is using more services than what her large unit is. So it's not indicative, the size, of how many people are actually living in the units and drawing from your services. And that's why we tend to look at the persons per unit averages. As well, we don't have the level of detail on the size of homes to generate the calculations. At the time we're doing the calculations, we don't know when a building permit comes forward if it's going to be for a 1,000 square foot home or a 2,500 square foot home or a, 3,000 or 5,000 square foot home. So it's very difficult to estimate that when we don't have any empirical data to back it up.
I think Councillor Capes had a question.
Okay, that just made me go, what? When we issue a building permit, we don't know the size?
You do when you issue a building permit, but when we're undertaking the study and looking at a 10-year forecast, we don't know how many of the potential growth in population are going to end
In
up
what
in
yeah.
different size homes. That data isn't available when we're undertaking the study, other than the permits that are already in the planning process and have been applied for. What may happen 6, 7, 8, 10 years from now, coming forward, we don't know that data.
So just going back to your example, because if we know a home is being built and it's got 8 bedrooms, all en suite bathrooms, and 2 kitchens and 2 additional bathrooms, we know that that's not a single-family home with just 3 people living in it.
Potentially, yes, there could be
So-
a nanny flat or a granny.
Well, no,
or
just
two-
when you
two
know the
home-
number of bedrooms and bathrooms, you know what kind of services that's going to require.
Yeah,
That many people living in that home, whether they live in there or not, but if it's built that size for the accommodation of that many people, then it should be charged at that.
I understand where you're going, but again, in my example,
Yeah.
my sister-in-law has a 4-bedroom house and she's only one person. So the data that's available at the time we undertake a study would show her as one person, show me as 6 people in a small unit. And since we're both in single-family homes, we'd be blended as an average. We don't know going forward whether there's going to be a 6, a 4, an 8, bedroom home versus a 3-bedroom home that may have multiple people in it. It's the information at the time we undertake the study just isn't there. We don't have the historic information from StatScan, and that can change as well, because you sell a house, one person's living in it, there
But it
could be 4
doesn't-
more come into it, so it's difficult.
I think Mayor Creelman has a question. Sorry, were you finished?
Well, I just don't understand how the calculation actually really works. And what I don't really understand is what's the bottom line impact to our municipality. And that's what I want to know, which is not what you can give me, and I know that.
Okay.
What, just a little bit further, what we do look at as population increase. So we're trying to recover those additional people, whether there's 1 person in a unit, 5 people in a unit, 2 people in a unit. We're trying to provide services on a per capita basis.
Yeah.
And that's where we try and identify on that average per capita per
Yeah.
type of unit, the charges.
I understand. Mayor Creelman has a question.
I raised this question because it struck me as ironic that we calculate commercial industrial on a area basis. And the presumption, I assume, is that the larger the commercial industrial building, the more demands it potentially puts on the municipality in terms of servicing. I think the logic carries over to large residents. Now, I think your example is probably not the norm, but if, to use Councillor Cape's analogy, you've got a 6-bedroom house and ensuite bathrooms and a 4-car garage, et cetera, I would argue that kind of structure places more pressure on the municipality insofar as services are concerned. And I just end with this, and that is, if the assessment folk do a residential assessment based on, among other things, the number of washrooms, and I know for a fact that they do that, I don't see why our DCs are confined to one-size-fits-all.
Do you want to answer that question? I just want to check with the clerk. We ordinarily allow delegations 15 minutes. We've been a half an hour. There's obviously a lot of interest in this one. Are we okay continuing?
That's at the discretion of the chair.
Okay, then let's continue. You want to answer the mayor's question?
Yeah, I understand your concern, and part of it again is looking at the data that's available. And when we're trying to, when we're undertaking the development charges for non-residential on a per square foot basis, those are actually looking, what we do is we look at the additional number of employees in different sectors, whether that's industrial, commercial, and institutional. And there's an average floor space per worker that is applied to come up with the estimated square footage of those buildings. And that is how we come up with the development charges for the non-residential. We don't have that same type of data available for the residential when it comes to the square footage.
Well, I would argue that anyone setting out to build a house with six bedrooms and ensuite and all the other amenities is not intending that to be for a family of three, okay? It defies logic. The other thing that we have to recognize is the number of basement apartments that are popping up in municipalities everywhere, and again putting pressure on those municipalities to provide services. Now, it would be very hard to quantify that, but I think it's fairly accepted, and I listened with interest to Town of Orangeville's meeting last night where they were talking about building permit fees, that they have an epidemic of basement apartments. And that, of course, triggers all sorts of building code issues. So finally, if we took a flyer and we had a cutoff point for a residence, and anything over and above that, either size of residence or number of bathrooms or number of bedrooms, we charged a greater DC amount, who's going to challenge that? I don't think the developers will challenge it, because those will be custom homes. They won't be the kind of homes that the developers get all excited about insofar as challenging the validity of a DC bylaw.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at a number of different things. Again, a lot of it is what data may be available to apply. We do have, data on persons per unit for, a single family versus a semi-detached, which may be different, and you can split those up. But it's unfortunate, and we've, had these questions from other municipalities. There isn't the number, there isn't the information available for the future to really rely on,
should
and you
start
open
collecting
yourself
it.
up to, if there was a DC appeal, justifying what those calculations were based on. It's not that we can't look at something, whether there's potential data that we may be able to use. We can certainly work with staff to see what may be available, but there may not be enough available
Well,
to predict the future as to
I think you
where the
sort of have to
population.
make an arbitrary decision, and I admit it's arbitrary and it's maybe not as fact-based as you're accustomed to doing. But at some point, something needs to be done here, because all we see are the development charges being eroded year after year, time again, and nothing to offset that. And I probably should wait for the slide, if it's coming up, to indicate what we collect for. But I jump to that just so I don't forget, and that is, I would hope that we start collecting for everything we possibly can, whether we've done it in the past or not. And the one area that I think we definitely need to collect for is policing.
Okay, I think Councillor Davey, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Nix. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to say that that the data that you have is census data, and yet what we're talking about is development, growth. So the census, it's old info. It's already, by the time you count, by the time I tick off my census thing and the thing all goes through, people look at it on the computer and it comes to you, it's old information. Whereas the fact that the guy is coming with a 200 townhouse unit and each one of those has 3 toilets, that's the info that is for the future. I mean, and yes, your 6 people can be using 3 toilets. It's true, and your 1 person can be using 3 toilets, but there's still 3 toilets. So it seemed that is new toilets that weren't here before. So to me, that's the data that, and why don't we have that?
We don't necessarily know going forward how many toilets will be in a home, what the size, square footage of a home will be over the next 10 years, and how many people may actually occupy that home. What we do know is, based on your official plan and other planning documents, is how much additional population you are anticipating. How many units that might end up being, we can predict, but we don't necessarily, we're not able to predict the size of each of those units and how the occupancy based on size may differ.
These are tough questions, Nancy.
Thank you very much.
I understand your answers and the problems with data. I think Les has his hand up too. Yes, Les?
This thought just came to mind. Can we have like a graduated flat charge per residential unit? So for example, the first 2,500 square feet, the charge is whatever we determine. And then if the house is greater than the 2,500 square feet, but less than 5,000, then it's a percentage increase. You're right, we don't know what the house is going to be till it's built, but at least we have the base charge, and based on size, we can graduate it up to, say, 10,000 square feet.
Is that possible, Nancy?
It's something we can look at. Again,
Okay.
it's what do we have that is defendable to, if someone was to challenge that and say, but in my situation, that's not what I'm building.
I'm one person and we've got a 5,000 square foot house, yeah.
You know, and how do we justify that? It's not something we can't consider and look at what data you may have available, but it's difficult if we don't know for sure what may be coming forward. When it comes to those apartments that the mayor, you were talking about, you know, they're automatically exempt now. You can have a basement apartment legally when you're building that new single-family home or in an existing.
But it's not without
exempt.
impact.
Okay.
Absolutely, it's not without impact.
Nancy's got 3 more slides to go, and we're really pushing the clock here. So if you could quickly summarize your last 3 slides.
Yeah, for sure. Inclusion of shared services with other municipalities, that does take place quite often and is eligible. If you are sharing with other municipalities, any of the eligible development charge services that you provide, you can certainly pick up your proportionate share. The other municipalities pick up their proportionate share.
Fire
So
boards,
that is not an issue at all. However, there is sometimes reciprocal agreements, such as a fire reciprocal agreement, that if your fire department is already out at a call and another one comes in, you might need a neighboring municipality to come and help out at that one instance. That's not the type of shared agreement we're looking at. It's where you share in the capital expenditures for the services that we can include those proportionate shares.
I'm under a lot of pressure here because some people want to end this quickly. Some people want to still ask questions. Councillor Capes.
I just want to ask about libraries,
Well, that's a
They are eligible.
shared service.
right?
So if there's a capital expenditure in the one library we share a service, that could be included.
Absolutely.
Because it wasn't mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a distinction I'd like to draw on that is on the fire side. My understanding is that when we're a member of a fire board in partnership with an adjacent municipality, we can charge DCs for that. However, if we contract for a service and they simply submit us a bill, we cannot collect DCs for that, even though a portion of what we pay annually goes towards capital. Is that correct?
No. We can include any capital component of a service agreement you have. What we do have to ensure is that the other municipality isn't recovering 100% of the cost through their development charges, because then we're double dipping overall,
Okay.
okay?
And the secret is when you buy a new fire truck, you park the old one out behind the thing because then the new one never mind.
So we will examine with staff all services that you provide,
Okay.
whether it's through service contracts, shared agreements, or fully owned and provided within your own municipality, and make sure that we capture the proportionate share of any of those services where there's growth-related capital needs to be identified and spent in the years to come.
Okay, policing services, I think that's.
Policing services is another one. So if you are, you have, again, a service agreement with OPP or another municipal service, the capital cost
Yeah.
you pay towards that is eligible for facilities, vehicles, and the equipment and gear for those officers.
Good.
Okay, and we can look at including that
Last slide.
as well. The growth-related studies, as I mentioned, going forward at the moment, it is becoming ineligible. However, December 13th last year, there was a news release by the province put out that indicated they may actually be reconsidering the eligibility for growth-related studies, and it may come back in as an eligible cost. We're hoping that happens before you guys pass your next bylaw. So we will be gathering those growth-related study needs with staff to ensure that we have it ready to add into those calculations if the legislation changes. If your bylaw passes and if the legislation hasn't changed yet, there's nothing, you can't continue to collect. But if it changes after the fact,
then
you'd
you
have to do an amendment and add
Add it
that
back
in,
in.
and then you can collect again. The other thing that was part of that news release, just so you know, is they may be re-looking at the mandatory 5-year phase-in. Now, what that may be, whether it's going to make it longer, make it shorter, change the percentage, or remove it, we don't know. They just said that they may be looking at it again this year.
Wow, okay, the slide ends with questions from council, but is anyone okay? Yes, Councillor Manklow.
I have two questions, Your Honor. Is the reason for the mandatory phase-in to encourage developers to get on the make right now? Quick.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
All of these changes have been to encourage developers to get out there and build so that the province can meet their 1.5 million
And
homes
build.
by 2031.
Build sooner rather than later. The
Yes.
second question is, we often have something we want to purchase, and we look over at the end of the table here, and we look at less and say, is that covered by development charges? Because for us, it's kind of a black box. I was hoping you'd list what things are eligible for development charges. Is that?
So there are a very distinct list. So anything related to your road system falls under services related to a highway, including your fleet and facilities, fire, police, ambulance, public health, parks, recreation, library. There's a number of services that your bylaw enforcement or Provincial Offences Act, emergency preparedness. There's a distinct list of services that are eligible if you water, wastewater, stormwater, obviously. Any of those services, if you have growth-related needs and you provide them, can be included in the development charge.
But is it correct that if there's a development such as we're looking at 220 units, et cetera, that the developer is responsible for the things within that development that you've listed, such as roads, sewage, and water?
Yeah, so there are local service requirements, and we will have a local service policy as part of the background study that indicates what works are required as part of their development. So internal roads, water, wastewater, mains, sidewalks, whatever they require as just for their development that wouldn't be required otherwise, we can identify that as that's their local service requirement, 100% their cost. What goes into the development charges are the broader-based projects that benefit more than just a distinct development. So expansions to the collector and arterial road system, for example, your fleet and facilities that have to then maintain the road system, parks and recreation, that sort of thing that, is destination, where you're going to go play soccer or ball or go to a splash pad, et cetera, doesn't necessarily just, be defined to one specific development. That's open for everyone in the municipality to be using those types of additional amenities. So think broader-based projects that benefit more than one development goes into the development charge. Localized works that is only needed, that's paid for initially by the developer.
Okay.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Nancy, I'm going to thank you for your presentation. You can tell there was a lot of interest in the subject, and I appreciate you coming up here to talk to us.
No problem.
I'm also now going to turn the gavel over to the mayor, who's now here.
Thank you very much. We're a tough crowd.
Yeah, that's okay.
And in your review with Les, I think be mindful that we feel, and I think I speak for council here, that we're entitled to every single penny we can possibly get from the current Swiss cheese-like development charges scheme. And that includes things that we haven't collected before. But every dollar that we can get through DCs is $1 less that our taxpayers are going to have to bear.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Welcome, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for Sue, unfinished business, unfinished council business list. Any comments, questions? Councillor Capes?
Yeah, and I appreciate that we've set priorities and we've, you know, set targets for these. I'm not sure, the short-term rental, again, on the radio this morning coming here, Muskoka Lakes. And tonight it's going to their council. It's coming up everywhere, all over the place. And I think it needs to be a higher priority. I know it says high priority, but it doesn't have any date. I'd like us to look at that, and I guess by that I mean staff. How can you help move that up in the agenda? The large homes, I also wish to have that moved up in the agenda. It was on there for a number of months, and we did receive a report, but that wasn't the answer, and so now we're still looking at, you know, the end of this year. And I really think we should take another look at that and maybe establish a maximum build size. We had a minimum build size in our previous official plan, if I can remember correctly, and not make it too complicated. I think going back to what Les said during the last conversation, anything from this range is whatever, anything over that is considered too big. So anyway, I think we need to look at that. And the purchasing property, I know we had that at our last council meeting, and I just was wondering when we might receive something back from staff. So those are my comments, so thank you.
Dave, when can we expect the large home continuation?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Creelman. I mean, I think given what we've got coming in March, we could try and fit in for the March 26th meeting, but April might be better, just because I think March might be a bit of a heavy agenda. Well, there's some key matters coming forward in March. Well, so let's get to the point here. Roxborough is coming to Planning Committee March 14th. That's an evening meeting, as it's always been. Excuse me. And then it's coming back, excuse me, to council. Statutory public meeting, March 26th, evening meeting. That could be a bit of a long meeting, depending. But April, doable. That was my target. I know we're trying to get the stuff on. It's tricky because if you simplify the parameters too much, then you start triggering minor variances all over the place. So, but it's under consideration, and it's really coming down to the zoning bylaw amendment and the prescription to try and forecast. You know, what's the sweet spot in terms of gross floor area, per lot size, per lot area. And then setbacks. I know there was some discussion on the front yard setback, and I've noted all of that for the revised zoning bylaw amendment that's going to come back to you.
But David, I think we shouldn't be too worried about minor variances or a whole bunch of minor variances. At least they shine a spotlight on individual applications and plans, whereas if it's not a minor variance and it's not covered by the current regime, people get to do what they want, and sometimes to the detriment of the neighborhood. Okay. Anything else on our list?
Your Worship,
Okay.
if I may,
Yes.
with respect to commenting back to Councillor Capes. So when staff submits their work plan, which is basically our budget for 2024, short-term rentals is an additive that's been put on by council. I can guarantee that Muskoka would have used a consultant to get to that point. There's a very large process that goes on with these, and the clerk tries to set these. I know council sets the priority at the end of the day, but the clerk tries to set these what's manageable by himself, and in cooperation with the planning department on this. So there's time that's needed to get to this point, and moving it up on the to-do list, you will need to knock things off the to-do list. The to-do list is very long, and it will be staff intensive, and we hope council appreciates that as to what we're trying to do. And those Q4 where the clerk has put on there is trying to work within his means.
Okay. Maybe a compromise might be a very firm letter to the province with regard to the way in which short-term rental properties are assessed as ordinary residences as opposed to income-generating properties that could be described as commercial. That was the question that we raised when we had MPAC here. And they said they couldn't do anything about it without a green light from the province. And that's easily written. I'll do it. Well, I think it intensifies the issue from the standpoint of people not pretending that they live in an ordinary residence when in fact they're generating tens of thousands of dollars from it as a commercial business. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Anything else? Councillor Davey?
So thank you very much, Mike, for your update on, or explaining how the list works. The idea, though, is the short term, we don't have a date at all on here as a, and I know that it maybe came in after our budget, but we don't even have a date at all. Can we have a,
It would be late Q4. It's a report that has to be written. It's not a short report, and I think that that would be reasonable. Unless the clerk wants to comment on that, I'm fine.
In all honesty, I haven't put the resources into the project yet to even determine the scale of the project, and from there extrapolate a delivery time, which is why there's no date on that yet.
I don't know.
Your staff was going to look at that guide?
Yeah, so
was
that just came
created?
through the last meeting,
Yeah.
and that would be something that I'd work with the clerk with respect to when he'd have that coming back.
Okay.
Okay, I think there's an expression of interest there that we move on, and it could be that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery when it comes to a bylaw. If somebody else has done it, why reinvent the wheel?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So moving on to the next item on the agenda, appointment of an alternative county councillor. We did this last term, and we don't have an individual or identified to fill in when either Fred or myself are unavailable. Fred, just out of curiosity, can we take turns doing this, or does it have to be a single individual?
To single individual, now that person can be unappointed and someone else appointed, but you can only appoint one person.
Okay.
All three of us could go at once.
Can I ask a clarification? So this is because we want to have two votes on whatever is going on,
Correct.
and so if one or t'other,
It's 5 in total.
we get 5 votes.
3 and 2.
Oh, okay. No, I understand, I understand that. So, okay, so the recommendation here says to appoint a team, to appoint all of us? No. Yes? That the council, yes, it does.
No, that's, we're just choosing one, and then we strike out the other names.
You just put one name in.
Oh, okay.
Who would like to go?
I I'd love to volunteer for one anyway, and then we can switch it up.
Sure, I'd love to go, but it doesn't matter.
Well, why don't we appoint Capes now, and in 2025, appoint Davy?
We could do that?
Sure.
Okay. So I have a motion that council for the town of Mono appoints Councillor Elaine Capes as the town of Mono's alternate county councillor. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davies, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any further discussion? And we reconsider this issue at the beginning of next year. Okay, any opposed? Motion is carried. Have a motion from Councillor Capes on outdoor rural lighting. Would you like to tee this up, Elaine?
Sure, and I know you can read it all and all the whereases, and this is the various places in which we have mention of lighting, and I thank the clerk for his due diligence in finding all those references.
Is your microphone on?
Thank you. Yes, so I know you can read all the whereases, and these whereases, all of the examples here of where lighting is mentioned, outdoor lighting, and how we manage that is all thanks to the clerk, because he gave me all the references. Just to get to the end, that we commit to amending our bylaw and policies around outdoor illumination to align with the purpose of the corporate lighting policy, so that we provide for lighting that will complement the character of the town and minimize light trespass. Other things may come up in there, so reduced glare. Driving around currently, there is a lot of, I would call, light pollution and impact to our night sky, which we claim as being something we want to preserve and protect. And I think lighting is getting out of hand, and some of it is trespassing on other properties, even as far away as like from one side road to the next, because the light shines this way. And so I think we need to be cognizant of that and make sure that we have a bylaw that we can,
Councillor Nix and
enforce.
Councillor Mantolo.
I hear you, Councillor Capes. Okay. I guess what I couldn't quite understand from this is, what does our existing bylaw cover? I thought it was fairly comprehensive, but you want to extend our existing bylaw to okay. I'm not sure what we're adding to our current bylaw. That's the part I don't understand.
Fred,
Well, I leave it to the experts to reword the bylaw, so that's not me.
do we not more have a policy than we have a bylaw?
We have
Community
two.
standards presumably comes into play.
So, Your Worship, we have two things. We have our community standards bylaw, and that is fairly restrictive. The goal of that is to protect a neighbor, right? So light shining directly into a window of an adjacent home, as opposed to protecting the rural character or the broader night landscape. We also have a policy, but that applies to ICI, industrial, commercial, and institutional, and it is controlled through site plan. It doesn't apply to residential. So this resolution is looking to bring the, if not the exact wording, the concepts of the, what's referred to as the corporate lighting policy, and applying those concepts to rural residential in
So-
some mechanism.
If I just may continue. So a person's got a light at the end of their driveway. It's not shining through any neighbor's window. What's our bylaw going to say about that light? It can only be, I mean, it can only be a certain number of lumens or whatever you call it. I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand how we would control it. I mean, you put lights down your driveway. They're not bothering any neighbor. What's this extension of the bylaw going to do?
Without having actually delved into the drafting a bylaw yet, My suspicion is that it's going to involve things like strict cutouts, so that the light, strict cutouts to ensure that the light is directed in the direction that it's intended, down, as opposed to bleeding up. So I suspect a lot of the bylaw would address issues like that. But further research clearly needs to be done before staff can bring anything back to council.
Councillor Mantalo and then Councillor Davy.
Thanks for bringing this forward. The point A, 1A, which is that the lighting would complement the character of the town. How are we going to interpret that? And I don't know what the character of the town is in terms of lighting. Do you have some thoughts?
Well, I don't have the answer to that. I do know that that's included in the corporate lighting policy, so there obviously is some guidelines around how the lighting that is corporate complements the character of the town. So we should follow as closely as possible what those requirements are under that corporate lighting policy. And as our clerk so pointed out, he doesn't know all the details of what that's going to look like until we actually start looking at drafting that. So this is the idea is to make sure we are respecting our night sky policy and looking at lighting so that it is clear what is suitable lighting in rural landscapes.
My interpretation is that we don't know what is lighting that complements the character of the town, or do we know it, it's in the corporate policy, or?
It is, and I don't know what that corporate policy states, so I would have to ask staff.
Can Mr. Simpson provide light on this?
My apologies, can you repeat the question?
Well, my question was, how does lighting complement the character of the town?
Excuse me, Councillor Mantalo, your mic.
Thank you. My question to Councillor Capes, I'll paraphrase it, was how do we define lighting that complements the character of the town? And I believe her response was that it was, she was not sure, but it was described within the corporate lighting policy.
So, sorry, Councillor Mantalo, I'd like to answer that for the clerk. So when site plan applications come into the planner, we put out to an electrical lighting engineer to review what is suitable for the site plans, and the clerk by no means is a professional at gauging the question you're asking. So as he works through the process, I think part of the process would be what kind of professionals would be required to enforce the interpretation of our comments in our bylaw or our policies. You're asking bylaw to make a judgment call with respect to what may offend one may not offend the person doing it or another. So it would be guidelines by professionals that you would have to, in my opinion, have to make. It's similar to what is bad noise and what is good noise.
So I put
Becomes
up
very judgmental.
Sorry. I put up a light on my property, which the bylaw officer comes by and says that doesn't complement the character of the town.
And you state that it's for security of my property.
No, I mean, I don't know what basis the bylaw officer decides what complements the character of the town. That's the phrase that I'm having trouble with.
And the site plan process for the planner is very simple. It's cut off at property line. It's no spray, no spray. So I don't know what the cutoff on a 100-acre property is if somebody wants to light up a soccer field for their children to play at night.
I think that answers minimizing light trespass, but it doesn't talk about character of the town.
That's right. In character, it's like affordable and attainable. It would have to be defined as to what the character is, and your opinion of the character may differ from Councillor Capes. That's the concern, and it's something that we would have to define, and I think you would need experts, professionals to define that.
So should we proceed with a resolution if we don't know what it means?
No. Councillor Davy?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, this is tricky, because there was a farmhouse that's between here and my place that I passed by, lovely, and it's been refurbished recently and so on, and it's terrific, and the building itself. But the fashion these days is, you know, a soffit light every, I don't know, nanometer, right? Or, it's right there. And so the concept of, you know, security, right? I understand that. When we look at our subdivisions with the Nest cams, security is a big deal, right? With the porch pirates and the car thefts and so on. So people are wanting to light up, which is a new thing, right? Like, to me, when I drove by this house now, during the day, it looked awesome. At night, it's like, oh my, I feel like I'm in a subdivision. What the heck is going on here? It's so bright. You can see it from a great distance. It's still in your rearview mirror when you pass. But that's where we are now with respect to the fashion. So that if we get an expert who builds houses and tells you that, you know, when we build them, this is what we're doing. We're putting these lights in. This is the latest. It's tricky, and it's the height. There's another house that I passed that isn't even in our county, that the driveway has spectacular. Clearly, these people have a lot of money. The driveway has spectacular road kind of lights, so that they are so high up, and I've only passed it during the day, but they're so high up that this, as you could say, the spray is just gotta be, you know, except he's on a big road, like it's a highway that I pass, you know, so you're not there's no farmhouse across the street that's interrupting again. But again, that is, when I think of the commercial setting, commercial buildings are generally like barns, much bigger than houses, and so with any light that they would have would be way higher. But now, as we're building these large monster homes that are, you know, the portico is 3 stories tall, you put a light up there. So it's changing. This is going to be very difficult to do, though I understand our wanting our night sky. It's changing. I don't know. Tricky.
Maybe I can assist here. I think most people would generally agree that rural areas are not overlit. They're not, there's safety lighting, obviously, there's security lighting, but there shouldn't be gratuitous lighting. I think most people would agree that in a rural area, indeed anywhere, frankly, a exterior lighting source should be baffled such that it is not contributing either to the light spray onto other properties or light pollution, which is basically the light is going straight up into the atmosphere and is being wasted. So I think some of the definitions that could come from an attempt to define rural character would maybe address some of those things. First thing I'd look for is to see whether or not the light is baffled, both in terms of light pollution and in terms of light trespass. And if it is, I think the person's made some effort to be responsible. But I can think of lots of examples where that's not the case. We started talking about light pollution back in the 1980s, and it didn't end up being a dark sky bylaw, which I had hoped would follow through, but it ended up in our site planning process. And I don't think we need to require that ordinary residents go out and hire consultants on this. I think it's common sense. Is it contributing to light pollution or light trespass? And I think that would take us a long, long way, just those two things. Councillor Capes? Anyone else? Well, let me read the motion and we'll see how it goes. Whereas the Town of Mono has in its community standards bylaw provision for outdoor illumination, which states, quote, "No owner of a property shall cause or permit an outdoor light to shine directly into the living or sleeping areas of an adjacent dwelling or onto a highway. Outdoor lighting shall be shielded and affixed with a full cutoff fixtures to minimize light trespass to the night sky." Before I go further, would the mover and seconder, which we don't yet have, you're moving? Yes. And who's seconding? Okay. I'm wondering whether they would allow me to add the word light pollution after any reference to light trespass, because they are two different things.
This is taken right.
No, I know, I'm going into the, I'm not quoting, I'm not trying to add it to the quote, I'm trying to add it to the basis of the motion.
Oh, so what did you ask?
Light pollution, where it says light trespass, add light pollution. Because they are two different things. And I think the intent is to address both.
Sure, I don't know how you add that when this is quoted directly from the.
No, I'm not proposing to do that. I'm proposing to do it in the, later on in your motion.
Therefore,
Yeah. So, is that acceptable?
Minimize light trespass and light pollution.
Correct. And whereas the town has a corporate lighting policy with the stated purpose to, quote, enhancing public safety and welfare by providing for adequate and appropriate outdoor lighting, provide for lighting that will be compatible, that will complement the character of the town, reduce glare, minimize light trespass, and reduce the cost and waste of unnecessary energy consumption. And whereas the beauty of the town of Mono extends to its night sky and preservation of same and is included in our town official plan as to provide functional and attractive on-site facilities such as landscaping and lighting, to control on-site lighting to those necessary levels to ensure public safety and security, and to screen such lighting to minimize the overspill of light into adjacent lands or onto or into the night sky. The maintenance of the night sky is a priority for the town of Mono. Council will ensure through public investment in lighting and through the review of development applications that light pollution is minimized. Specific conditions of site plan approval may be used to implement this goal together with bylaws under the Municipal Act 2001. Development and growth should be limited to minimize land use conflicts, for example, agriculture, and whereas appropriate, incorporated adequate screening and or setbacks to reduce visual impact on the escarpment landscaping, examples, berming, tree planting, subdued lighting. Any expansion, new buildings, services, lighting, roads, parking areas, or other accessory facilities will be screened and landscaped in accordance with a comprehensive landscaping and grading plan prepared by a landscape architect, deflecting lighting and lighting plan. Therefore, be it resolved that we commit to amend the town's bylaws and policies to expand outdoor illumination requirements for rural properties to align with the purpose of the corporate lighting policy to specifically A, provide for lighting that will complement the character of town, and B, minimize light trespass and light pollution, and that it draw on the definitions and details from the corporate lighting policy that would apply to rural housing. We have a mover and seconder. Is there further, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just two comments. One, I'm all for this. I'll vote for it. But I am concerned about the amount of work we're putting on our clerk's desk, because I don't know when he's going to be able to do this. And the second thing I would point out is I'm probably the only one on council here who goes back far enough to remember we had one case before us, and by golly, of the enforcement of a light, when it push comes to shove, trying to define light trespass versus security concerns is extremely, extremely difficult. I don't know, Fred Simpson or Mike, you remember that case. This is not an easy subject, but I'll vote for it. I just want to express both the concern about the amount of work we're putting on our clerk's desk and the difficulty of actually enforcing these bylaws.
I'd like to suggest a friendly amendment, because I think it's going to be very difficult for us, for our bylaw officer to determine whether lighting complements the character of the town. I think it's an unsupportable question, that we just delete number A and we keep with the minimized light trespass, and what was your additional?
Light pollution.
And light pollution.
With respect to rural. With respect to rural, because we already have a policy that appears to be, take those things into consideration for corporate. We just want to then do it in rural, right?
It's not just rural, it's also suburbs, isn't it?
Well, that's what this says, row housing. This just says row housing.
Character of the town.
Our bylaw covers subdivisions. So if you, in one of our subdivisions, have a light on your house that shines through a neighbor's window, that's light trespassing.
Well, right, in a subdivision that's where it says up here into the bedroom or the sleeping or living areas, right? Whereas in a rural, as you say, on 100 acres, what's trespass, right?
It doesn't necessarily have to shine through someone's window, it just shines across the property line or.
Right. So, Your Honor, if I can continue with my suggestion that friendly amendment, I quite agree with the concept, but I have a different concept probably than you do, of what complements the character of the town in terms of lighting. And I think it's a hard thing for us to defend, and we should just remove it for there and make it much easier.
I appreciate what you're saying, but obviously we have it in our corporate bylaw, and somewhere it's defined what that what that character looks like. And I don't know what it says. Our planner's raising his eyebrows. Does he have a? No. So how do we look at that when we're looking at corporate? I know that there was proposed gas station type building near Mrs. Mitchell's, and I think that was part of the information that came forward about the lighting, because people were very concerned about that. So there is something that exists now around our corporate character. So there needs to be some way to describe that for a rural character. I don't want to give up on that.
Can I make a suggestion? I don't think we should get hung up on the rural character definition. I think that should be something that flows from implementation of this motion. In other words, if and when it comes back to us, either as amendments to our existing, bylaws and so forth, or as a standalone dark sky bylaw, and there's lots of examples of those out there, with many, many years of experience with dark sky issues. In fact, there's even an association of dark sky municipalities. We can have a crack at trying to define that, and I think I did a fairly good job of defining it from the standpoint that you live in a rural area, you don't expect it to be over-illuminated. And you expect that if there is illumination, it's done responsibly.
It's the character and the definition, and I'm thinking back, I keep thinking back to, I remember as a kid watching Fred Flintstone, and he would turn out the porch light at night on that in the intro to the show, and I know that we always left our porch light on, and it's kind of like, and so now, that was an oddity, and now when all of my landscape lighting turns off at 10 p.m., and I'm in the dark in the woods, and yet I pass by houses that have been newly renovated and they are lit up all night long. It's you do you and we do me, right? Like it's a difficult, I think we should go ahead with it, but I think that it is to actually define it and police that aspect of this. The energy consumption is a no-brainer, and the light trespass is into my kitchen window or disturbing my barn, or but this idea of what I think is aesthetically nice on my house and my property and makes me feel comfortable is different, right?
You should ask the current secretary if it's friendly.
There's a friendly amendment.
And I would rather not change that. I
Okay.
agree with John, not to get caught up in it. Leave it there and review it when we come back with any.
Sorry, Councillor Keys, that's not moving forward.
Thank you.
So where do we go from here? Do I call the vote?
I need to repeat because I didn't have my microphone on. I would like to not accept your friendly amendment and friendly say that I'd like to keep it in there, only because I think that we can look at that when it comes back after we've done some work in looking at this, as per what the mayor said. We don't need to know what it means right this minute.
May I reply?
Go ahead.
I'm okay with that, and I think you're doing this on the basis that somewhere there is a reasonable definition, perhaps in the corporate plan, corporate policy, a reasonable definition of what complements the character of the town. We're going to come up with that. Okay, so with that codicil, I'm happy with it.
Thank you.
Anything further? Fred, and then Dave?
So, Your Worship, I just want to clarify then, in the final portion of this resolution, under the action section, therefore be resolved, 1B, are we adding to that and light pollution?
Yes,
But there are no other proposed changes as presented. Thank you.
correct. Dave?
Just quickly, some follow-up comments. I mean, excuse me. The condominium process through the declaration document, which is an urban solution, puts a lot of controls over various site elements, as you well know, lighting, what you can hang out or things of this nature, central air versus window air conditions and all the like. That's probably a difficult thing to even consider to do in the rural area, but you understand how that solution works in an urban area through a condominium declaration. If you were to say, take a lighting plan as part of an Ontario Building Code file, a new house or an addition, you could explore whether a lighting plan becomes part of that upload review. But again, the problem is, once it's all said and done, the permit's issued and the house is built or the addition's built, someone could come back 6 months later and change out those lights or fixtures or whatever, or add more, take out less, or whatever they might do after the fact. It's like if they get permission to put an addition on, it shows a green-colored garage door. 6 months later, they can make it orange without that architectural control. So it's tricky, as Fred has noted, as Mike has noted. It's going to require some further thought to sort of achieve that policy regime for, a high level or a higher level rural character on a consistent basis.
And I think a perfect addition to the acquisition of property statement is something along the lines that Mono protects and values its night sky. Thank you very much. If you have any grand plans, park them at the edge of the town. Okay. Any opposed to the motion?
Thanks for the conversation, and I do appreciate your, hesitancy and concerns, and I think it's not necessarily a number one priority at all, but I think it's something that we can look at some point.
And in the meantime, add it to our statement. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a motion.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we did.
Call the vote?
Yes, I called it.
Oh, you did call the vote?
No opposed.
Okay. I just want to confirm then that this will be added to council's list of unfinished business.
Yes.
I do want to stress, as has been well noted so far this morning, it's a sizable task, and it is going to impact the delivery times of things already stated. So it's either, if it's to be completed in 2024, it obviously is going to impact the delivery of some things currently on that list, whether it goes above or below.
We understand.
Okay,
We
thank you,
understand.
Your Worship.
Okay, next item on the agenda is a motion that I'm proposing. I'll read it. It's short and sweet. That staff prepare a report for council consideration by June, identifying no parking areas that can be reduced or eliminated without adversely impacting road shoulders or other road circumstances. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Cape seconds. Discussion? I think it's self-evident. Councillor Davey?
Thank you very much. This is interesting. It's time to do it. But can we also add another look at maybe some sort of permitting too? So priority for town people, or
I don't think
does
we
it
need it.
just going to be fine, you can all park here now?
Well, it's not everywhere, but we proclaimed large, long stretches of road in response to the COVID emergency. And now we're finding that no one's there, but the signs are still up, and theoretically, people could get ticketed in those areas. And I think the idea is to shrink it down to the bare minimum which I think begins with protecting our road shoulders, because there are places, especially along the third line, proximate to the province's parking lot, where there either isn't a shoulder or it gets damaged when people start pulling over and parking. So I'd maintain the no parking there, but I'd take a real hard look at everywhere else, quite frankly. Mike?
Your Worship, for clarification, so we're talking about shrinking our no parking areas or expanding our parking areas? You see where I'm going with that?
It's one and the same, is
You
it
see where
not?
I'm going with that? Because we're, right now, on third line, north of Mono Cliffs Provincial Parking Lot, we have a no parking zone that extends 1.5 kilometers. Would you like that 1.2 kilometers? Or would you like
we
to
leave that to
expand?
the roads staff to determine
Oh,
what
for sure.
is necessary to, first and foremost, protect that road shoulder. And then there may be other considerations as well. But in shrinking, we're taking down signage, which I think is an important thing as well, because right now
Well,
we
there's-
have
there's-
an abundance
there's-
of signage.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to just get the clarity here, whether if we're just shrinking or we're actually expanding the areas that we allow parking, which would allow more residents. Are we looking to allow more residents to park?
Well,
Or,
that's one of the byproducts of this.
okay. Okay, that's clarity enough. That's what I
Okay.
was looking for.
Because there's other areas, right? I mean, we did, in COVID, we did no parking around all of our parks and all sorts of areas that still is there. And the 1.5 kilometers up third line north of the provincial park may not have anybody parking in it anymore. That's true, because there aren't masses of people coming and people now know, they know. But there are other areas where we did the same thing, that things are going to change come spring when our tennis courts open and we have weddings going on at the same time as people want to have a tennis tournament. And there's a lot of places where if we just do one thing and don't look at this other, that it just might just all come back.
Well, it doesn't affect county roads, and the county roads are the ones which would be impacted by people attempting to park at Mono Center, as an example. And but the Island Lake area, I think, is maybe a different discussion. It could be that those areas can be shrunk, but I can also see an argument to maintain some of them on one side of the first line, as an example.
Right, so your request now is limiting in town where you're wanting Public Works to look at this, or you're wanting them to look at it all, and we'll pick and choose when they bring back a report?
I don't specify where, I think all would be a good approach. And then we debate whether it's appropriate or not. Ralph?
Your Honor, thanks for bringing this forward. My recollection, going back into the early days of COVID, was that we had a problem. The problem was on some roads they were quite narrow and people were parking on both sides, so you couldn't get two cars through. And we also had a problem with people trespassing on people's lawns, and they were not treating them with respect. And I think that's the background to what you might call the excessive parking that we have now. And I'm okay with withdrawing that, because we don't have the pressures that come from COVID now. I think that we have to withdraw it carefully, because there may be places where it's still valid to protect people from having cars in front of their property unnecessarily.
Yeah, and my original motion, or my original draft, actually did speak to that issue, but I think we can get a good recommendation back from roads that addresses road width in certain areas and proximity to people's driveways. It's already covered in our bylaws. I think we leave it in their hands and see what the result is. I do know that a lot of residents were quite upset and resentful of not being able to park near Mono Cliffs Park. being forced to go into the paid lot. And all they wanted to do was have a walk, and mainly, frankly, in the middle of the week. And this addresses that, hopefully.
Well, they made it so that you can't get into that lot anymore unless you have an electronic pass. So it does beg, again, I just put it out there, it does beg again, which I think needs to be looked at, our Mono Center parking lot that we have that is perhaps going to end up being too small.
Well, that remains to be seen, but at some point, we'll probably get a report on that. Let's see how the experience bears out. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there anyone opposed to it? Motion's carried.
Your worship, if I could just confirm who seconded that motion?
It's a good question. Elaine Capes seconded. I'll say I moved it.
And so this too will be added to council's list of unfinished business.
That's correct. There is a date, though, a suggested date. I see it frankly as a two-step. Report comes back to council recommending certain areas be removed from no parking restrictions. And then obviously the clerk has got to come back with a bylaw to make that effective. So it's not that we're looking for a bylaw in the first instance, we're simply looking for a report that we can debate amongst ourselves. Correct. Are we good? Do you want a break? Yes, okay, let's break for 10 minutes. And then I'm going to need another break shortly after 11.
We're back live.
Oh, yeah, no, 5 minutes. Hi, good morning again. We're at item number 4 under bylaws correspondence, that having to do with the Shelburne Library Agreement. And to get the ball rolling, I'll read the motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw authorizing the town of Mono to enter into a service fee collection agreement with the Shelburne Public Library Board for 2024, substantially in the form as attached as Schedule A to the bylaw, and that be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor Nixon, Councillor Capes? Discussion?
I just had a wee question about, I couldn't see in here where it told us what the 3-year average of active library card holders were, what number they are, and what that looks like in terms of, has it increased?
Fred?
I'm afraid I don't have the answer for that question, Councillor Capes, at hand, but I will have it looked up and make sure you get it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any desire that we hold off signing it until we get an answer to that question? I didn't think so. Okay, any opposed? Motion is carried. I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. Let's do that after we've identified items on Schedule A. So I think we've all indicated to Fred Simpson what items we'd like to pull out of Schedule A, and I believe the first one on most people's lists was item number 2, second dwellings and suites. Dave?
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor Creelman. This is a summary report, as requested from Councillor Capes back in October of last year. It's a little longer than I anticipated, but I wanted to make sure we covered some bases on policy, so the official plan, and then also the zoning bylaw. It looks complicated, but if you really read through it, it's not. We have 4 defined terms for, alternate dwellings, if I can use that term, other than the primary dwelling. They're listed under Appendix B. What I don't know is how they evolved through the zoning bylaw some years ago, before yours truly arrived here. But probably it was on a demand basis, where someone had say, an accessory building and, say, a horse facility structure, and needed, say, a manager to be on site in that building for whatever reasons to attend to animals in that facility. So that speaks to one of those items, which is the accessory dwelling house and the secondary unit. The accessory apartment really has been part and parcel of all of our zones, actually, all of our residential zones, and the rural zone, since, I think, close to its inception. And that really allows for someone who has a house, a primary house, a single-family dwelling, to also have an accessory unit in it. You can read the other ones, though, of course. And, of course, the same thing with some of our commercial and industrial zones, where someone might need or want an apartment unit within the building, say a self-storage facility for whatever reason, security. Or there's someone there, a manager, who has to be there 24/7. A classic example would be, not here in Mono, a Brinks facility. Probably have more than one person, 24/7. So that would be a top-of-the-line kind of example of where that would apply. But there could be others, too, in non-residential uses. So I've itemized them there. If you go to the chart, you can see the prescriptions based on that ties you back into the policy provision. In the first column, excuse me, that's on Appendix A, and then, excuse me, the same thing for the zoning bylaw on Appendix C. The caveat notes and the numbers really just go back to the subsections at the bottom, and they sort of, they inform you as to whether, there might be a maximum or minimum gross floor area for one application of accessory unit, depending on the zone it's in. But that's the summary of the report. I'm willing to take questions if you have any.
Councillor Nixon, I'm going to depart for 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right, I think I understand your report, Dave, but just bear with me, because I'm going to ask the stupid questions, okay? You say under our official plan, in rural area designation, predominant use includes limited rural residential uses. In particular, okay, turn that off? Oh. The policy advises that in general, only one dwelling is permitted on the property. But an accessory dwelling could be permitted through zoning bylaw. That's what that says. Now, if you drop down to our zoning bylaw, then it says right, and this is where I think it contradicts what I just read. The zoning bylaw, you write, secondary dwelling units are allowed in the rural A zone. It doesn't say anything about zoning bylaw amendment, it just says they're allowed. In fact, if you go to zoning bylaw section 5, parenthesis 1, parenthesis I, it gives a number of conditions where you allow a secondary unit. This comes coincidentally, I should explain to council, just the same week I got a phone call from a resident knowing whether or not he could build a secondary dwelling unit on his property, and I had talked to Dave, and Dave had referred me to section 5(1)(I) of the zoning bylaw. So what I don't understand is when I read the section you have on the official plan, it basically says, nope, one dwelling, and if you want a secondary one, you need a zoning bylaw exemption. Now, if I drop down into the zoning bylaw, it says, no, you can have a second dwelling, here are the conditions. So that's where I get confused. Am I missing something on that, Dave?
I'm going to say no, only insofar as, remember, the rural zone is the rural, in brackets, capital A zone. It's the rural zoning prescriptions of uses and performance standards. What are those? Setback, height, lot coverage, lot frontage, so on and so forth.
Well, then,
That-
stop there.
Well-
Go back to the official plan.
Well,
Is
hang on,
that
let me just
different?
say one more thing, that apply to rural uses as well as agricultural uses, right? We don't have a distinction between a rural, non-farming zone and an agricultural zone.
Back
It's
up.
both.
Under the official plan, then, what's the rural area designation? Is that not the same as the rural bracket A zone?
No. So I'll make the distinction.
Well, that's where I'm confused.
I've used this analogy many times. You have a single-family dwelling in Mono. I have a 3-bedroom apartment unit in downtown Toronto on the 10th floor of a condo building. Are they both residential? Yes, they are. Under the zoning, though, they're entirely zoned differently. You're going to be in municipality XYZ, a rural R1 zone or SFD, single-family zone. Here, it's rural zone. In Toronto, it's going to be high-density condo 10 zone.
Oh, okay.
Or let me okay, so does that help you a little bit?
Well, I didn't realize there was a difference between those two terms, rural area designation under the official plan,
So the rural area within Mono that's not
urban.
the settlement areas.
Yeah.
Or the commercial areas or the industrial areas.
But in terms of zoning, isn't a large part of Mono rural A zone? A large part of Mono is that, other than the settlement areas?
Yes, but also keep in mind the large part of the rural area, geographical area, rural area in Mono is also under Niagara's government control as well.
Which
But yes,
also
to
has-
answer your question, yes.
Okay, now, unless I'm taking too much time, I have a. No, that's a good question. Okay, in reading section 5, parenthesis 1I, which does allow a secondary dwelling in the rural A zone, I read the conditions, there's 7 conditions, and I don't have a problem with them, but I do have, two of the conditions I'm wondering if we shouldn't change, and I've sent a motion, which I'll gladly amend if any councillor thinks it's too stringent, that I think we should change 2 of those conditions. One, it says you can have a secondary dwelling where you have 10 hectares or more land. That's fair, that's what, 20-some-odd acres?
25 nearly.
Yeah, and we have a lot of 10-acre lots in Mono, and it's,
No, go ahead.
well, we do, and it.
I have a comment, but no, that's
Okay,
fine.
why are we just, why should the people on a 10-acre lot not be allowed a second dwelling?
So-
That's my first thought. Just a minute.
Okay.
Let me tell you the other condition is that the secondary dwelling must have a minimum gross floor area of 74 square meters, which is roughly 800 square feet. Well, I did a bit of searching on the internet. Here's a website, Wholesale Housing. They sell those homes and they range from 395 square feet to 550, which is certainly smaller than our 800 square foot minimum. And then I went on Clark's Mobile Homes. Those are the ones that are, I guess, on wheels. And they start at 616 square feet. So the motion I've given to the clerk is going to suggest that we change both of those minimums. We change the minimum lot size to 10 acres, or whatever that is in square meters, and we change the house size to 400 square feet, whatever that is in square. That's my thought. Now, clerk, do I put that motion on the floor at the conclusion of the discussion of the report we have before us, or do I put that motion on the floor now?
That's your call, Deputy Mayor Nix,
Well,
whenever
maybe-
you wish.
Well,
That- just-
I didn't think we were putting motions forward.
Well, I asked the clerk. The clerk says we can put motions on the floor.
No, I thought this was a report for us to receive. I didn't think we were looking at this to make changes, but
Well, anyway, the Director of Planning would like to make some comments.
Just a few things. How many times we've heard over the last several months, we need more housing, and golly gee, we do. But not anywhere. We need to make sure it's in the right places, whether it's here in Mono, Mississauga, or Milton. We do need to do a zoning update. We've been trying to get to that. I'm committed this year to get that underway. On the official plan side, which marries with our zoning bylaw and provides overall guidance, we're going to do a terms of reference. Was not in the budget this year for a full-blown official plan update. I don't need to go any further than that. It was a budget item that had to be looked at. We have had in the past several months, requests for secondary units on lots less than 10 hectares. And yours truly has looked at those applications, proposals, and we've allowed them down to about 10 acres. That's sort of I won't call it a line in the sand, but 10 acres is still, it's a sizable lot for rural residential use.
Yeah.
Committee of Adjustment has weighed in on those. I've given them fulsome planning reports with analyses for their consideration to make their decisions on those. I believe I think they approved all of them, and with conditions. Conditions for Matt, conditions for wherever they need to be applied.
Yeah.
And I think most have followed through. I guess there may be some who still have to fulfill their conditions, but we have allowed that through relief of that provision, the minimum lot area of 10 acres. Same too with the GFA. The bylaw needs to be updated, and these things maybe today are a little out of date.
Okay, all my motion was going to request is that the Director of Planning look at the advisability of doing this. If you roll that into an official plan, I don't care when you do it, I just think, that's what my motion says, that it asks the Director of Planning to look at this issue of the lot size and the GFA. Before I put the motion on the floor, and I need a seconder before I can do it, I'll open up the discussion to the rest of council.
thank you.
So, Councillor Davy. Capes.
It's all right. Just back to designation versus zoning. And I want to understand what prime agricultural area actually means and what that entails in terms of what's allowable to build.
I think I can explain that because I thought you were here too when we did the study.
That's my question.
Well, it was a study we had to do
I was
using
here.
OMAFRA guidelines, and the confusion some members of the public have is that prime agricultural area necessarily is class 1, 2, 3 soils. It isn't necessarily that.
No.
It's an area where the prime activity is agricultural. Yes, there are some good soils there. And then once we've designated that, we have certain conditions that apply to it. I'll let the Director of Planning elaborate.
So it's further to Deputy Mayor Nix's comments there. Yeah, we undertook a LEAR, a land
I know that.
evaluation,
Yeah.
agricultural review study in 2012, 2013. gosh, I forget his name, the agronomist, Colville was his last name, who was part and parcel of the steering committee, culminated in a council-adopted amendment to the official plan, OPA 37.
I was here.
You were there, you were here, got approved by our provincial Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and through their own inter-ministry review, one window approach. MTO, what do you have to say? OMAFRA,
So
what
my
do you have to say
question
about
is,
that amendment? It got
What
approved.
does that mean in terms of allowable building? Like, that is designated,
Those are the key prime agricultural lands in Mono, which are chocolate brown on the schedule. The rest is rural or NEC area or the Orem area. But the rural residential permissible uses under the rural area and the prime agricultural uses meet each other at the rural A zone,
right?
right? And so the prescription for permissible uses applies to both, including accessory structures. And we had a case not too long ago, I don't want to get into it, where we had a big accessory building, which really was something we'd expect from a farmer, not a non-farmer. That may be something under review as part of the zoning bylaw update, is do we separate the agricultural component of the zoning bylaw, an agricultural zone, from the rural zone? And we may have to look at that. But they both are controlled and regulated by the rural A zone.
Any other questions on this item?
Wanted to comment on your motion to recommend action by the Director of Planning. It sounds like he's got that on his list right now.
It does, but I just wanted to make it definite, and I put in some specific sizes, 10 acres and 400 square feet, which he could come back and say, Fred, it should be 395 or something. Yes.
Maybe it should be 5 acres.
Okay. I wanted to make a specific command that the Director of Planning look at this issue. He may have already been going to do it. Yes.
What we
Dave?
can do is look at it as a separate amendment initiative, depending on, what we have for resources and workload and timeline for a zoning bylaw update. And I'll let council know that. I can advise them if that's maybe a better option. But I mean, also remember, a lot of these prescriptions, we need to look long-term, cumulative, and cumulatively. There's a whole lot of folks out there who call me daily and say, Dave, look, I've got 30 acres, count them, I don't need them all. How about we take 15 and carve it into 3 15-acre lots? And without being unsympathetic, it's you and everybody else. It's not 3 more lots, Mr. Smith. It's a gazillion.
But
And
that's
what is the
severances. That's
Sure, what's the impact just in Mono, never mind the rest of Dufferin County and beyond. So there's cumulative impacts to how we have to look at these things.
I hear you, but we already allow secondary dwellings in rural A zones, and all I'm saying is, maybe our conditions are a bit too stringent. Councillor Davey has a question, and then I'd ask the clerk if I could put my motion on the floor. I need a seconder if I put it on the floor, but Councillor Davey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Yes, when I read that, thanks very much for this report. When I read it, it's all explained and everything. And then, but then when I got down to the Appendix D, where technically we're calling these minor variances, though I'm not sure where 30 to 110% is considered a minor thing. That sounds kind of a lot to me. And in fact, my overall feeling of it all was, what's the point in having this? So it's two things. What's the point in having all of the rules that we're having if we're just approving everybody's variance? That's who's watching the party here. Is the one thing, or is it that everything is again? Just like the lighting, the city slickers coming up, everybody wanting an accessory building or a building to do something else on their property that isn't necessarily the same use that when the bylaws and things first put in, that people were using them for, right? i.e., it's not necessarily to have a caretaker look after your coach house. It's an Airbnb to make 10 grand extra a month to be able to pay for whatever else you're doing, right? So I was thinking, wow, when I read it, I would like a lot of thought before we start making changes. And it's out of my commenting on these variances, because I'm not on the committee of adjustments and so on to be approving as a councillor. That's not that's not got anything to do, so it comes to me as information that's already a done deal. But my thought would be, could we stop doing this until we decide exactly what is best for this changing world that we're in now? That's my thought.
And I think my motion might speak to some of that by asking yes, David.
But just to respond to Councillor Davies' comments, first of all, the variance process is it's not a numbers game. It looks at impact. And the one variance that went down by quite a percentage in gross floor area was largely because the existing house on the property was quite small for the lot area. That went through scrutiny. But you don't have the benefit of that in that chart. But it does speak to the demands out there for, I bought a property in an older part of Mono, but it's in a suburban area and the house is small for the lot, what can I do? As for an examination of the issues before we undertake draft amendments, be it to the zoning bylaw or official plan, that's a good idea, of course. But you said put a stop on it. Well, that would be an interim control bylaw to say, okay, everybody, all the folks out there, we've got an interim control bylaw for a year, and this is, we don't have to do this. I'm just the options, right? We really don't want any more second dwellings in the rural area that don't meet the zoning bylaw requirements until we go down this path of review. And then once we've done that and we know what those prescriptions are going to be in the draft official plan amendment and or zoning bylaw, we apply them, and then about the same time, the interim control bylaw also gets removed.
Well, because then you would have fewer need for the variances. If we, right? If you read what everybody is wanting and we decide that what everybody's wanting, like that's assuming that they come together, what they're wanting is good for Mono and good for your neighbors and everything, then there should be a list that people can just, okay, this is what you can build. Don't come to us if there's anything else, because these are reasonable. Whereas it looks like from, I've only got 2021 to now, but there's a whole bunch of them in 2023, and, we're there seems to be a change afoot.
Okay. Before I put my motion on the floor, the mayor has a dynamite question.
So how much of our existing rules are eclipsed by the province?
Yeah.
So, all of this is academic if it turns out
Yeah.
that the province is now playing the fiddle and doing the dance.
Do we know the answer to that?
Nancy from Watsondale alluded to the 3 units as of right today. If you have a single family, you can have an accessory unit and a granny suite. But the on-the-ground permissibility for that really goes to full municipal services. That's a town of Newmarket kind of solution where sewage capacity and potable water capacity are not, hopefully, they're really of an issue. If you were to look to Brookfield, it would be, because we can't just triple the number of units in the Brookfield Fieldstone neighborhood and say, well, it's okay, the septic system can handle it. I don't know that it darn well would. So that's a physical impediment to that provincial provision under Bill 23 that just doesn't apply there.
Does the province not differentiate between serviced areas and non-serviced areas?
They do.
In terms of the number of units that they are now proposing to?
They do, and I don't know if there was something in the regulation that supports Bill 23, but that did get some review by me and others and staff, and the position was taken that, well, no, we can't just have 3 units in a Brookfield house because of the septic system.
But maybe 1 or 2,
They're allowed the accessory unit 1 under the suburban residential.
under our current rules.
Yeah, it's not, it's a septic system. It's not a sewage, doesn't feed into a sewage treatment plant per se.
Right.
Okay, the clerk has his hand up.
Your worship, clearly there's significant interest in debate. Would it be helpful if I were to reschedule this as a main agenda item in a future meeting for continued debate and proposal of action that council wants to direct?
I think that's a great idea, but I think we need clarity as to the impact of the provincial policies on the town of Mono, unserviced areas.
So then, if I understand you, Mr. Simpson, I should hold off on putting any motions asking our Director of Planning to look into anything. I should hold off until we have this as an item on our main agenda?
It's a recommendation.
Okay. I'm satisfied with that. Anyone? Okay, Elaine? So I'm not sure if we're still on item 2 of Schedule A, but I'm going to turn the gavel back over to the mayor. I think we might have done with item 2.
Okay. But Elaine?
Just a comment, because I do think that we do need to review this, and I've heard that yeah, you can have 3 severages on your farm property, no matter what, is still in the province's proposal, so that could open up another whole big giant can of worms. So that's there, and I think too, we do have a committee of adjustments who I think have very responsibly addressed these variances, and I know we say they're minor, and that's just a term. I don't even know why we call them minor. They're just variances. Anyway, so I have watched their meetings, and yes, they are very diligent in how they discuss these and work through all the ramifications, and I wouldn't disagree with any of the approvals that they've made. And I think it would be prudent of us to actually have them engage in the conversation if we're going to look at this and talk about what kind of changes we have, because they have been looking at variances and requests for a number of years, and they have a lot of expertise. So I would like to think that we would include their thoughts in any of our conversation.
Ralph?
I'll address this to Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, you made a recommendation that we would attach this issue to a future council meeting. Were you thinking that we should attach it for the purposes of further understanding, or for us to dig into the changing things?
Well, certainly for further debate, how far council wants to go into it is up to council, but clearly there's an appetite for further debate and understanding, and then possible direction.
I would suggest that there's I have a good appetite for further understanding, but that this is too complicated for us to pick and choose little things here as a council. We should leave this to the planning department to come up with a recommendation.
So I think there seems to be a consensus to defer this to an agenda item on a future agenda. So just receive the report.
Well, that would be when we receive Schedule A.
Well, yeah, we do so by accepting Schedule A. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if that was a question, Your Worship, but the answer was yes.
Yeah.
By accepting Schedule A, you've received the
So-
report, but there's been no direction for the planner to bring back any additional information, just this report.
So, Dave?
You know, just to clarify, the recommendation is to receive it. It's factual information. There was no intent to provide council with further direction at this time or amending
Understood.
instructions.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
So the next item on Schedule A that I believe people wanted to speak to was item number 3. The Shelburne Fire Department announcement.
Well, yes, just to draw it to everybody's attention that at our last fire board meeting, though he'd been rumoring it before, because the fire department has a hard stop at age 65, that our chief, who's been there, I gather, for 4 or 5 years, is retiring at the end of August. So we will, he then distributed, after the fire board meeting, he then distributed it to the municipalities, and so that's where you see it on Schedule A. So I see somebody else has something to say.
Right?
Yeah, I just, two things. I'm not actually sure the 65 years applies to our chief. I think the 65 years applies to active fire suppression. I could be wrong. We have had a fire chief in the past who passed over the 65-year limit, and so he couldn't participate in active fire suppression, but he remained as the chief. I could be wrong on that, Melinda.
But it is, the active fire suppression and the chief at the Shelburne Fire Department has been something that is expected and.
And he wants to do
yeah.
that. But the other thing I was going to say is we've been very lucky to have Chief Schneider for, I think, 4 years. He has promised, as our previous fire chief did, that he will help us on the technical aspects of finding a new fire chief, because I can tell you, when we get resumes in, when we put a posting out there, and we try to read those in terms of what qualifications people have, this passes over our head in terms of understanding. So he will help us over the next 6 months find the new fire chief.
Next item under Schedule A. Fred, from your list?
I believe it was number 9, the resolution from the Orangeville Police Services Board.
Thank you, and I think there was an expression of willingness to support that.
Yeah, and of course, we do support this, and I think this has come before us before. My question, and perhaps, John, you can answer this, is why is this a Police Services Board issue and not a Police Services issue?
Or a council issue.
But
I mean,
I-
I don't know
I-
how it ends up on a police service board agenda. I don't
that's
understand
what I don't understand. So while I support the action, I support the action being in directing our police force, and I also want to draw attention to the community safety and well-being plan that we have for the county, and this is in there, although it's in there under community safety and violence prevention, and the plan is all based on feedback that we receive from the community, and thank you to those who filled out the survey, because that was due January 31st. So the survey asks questions around personal safety, mobility safety, and community safety. And it doesn't really address fear of family, interpersonal, relational violence at all. So 80-something% of our citizens feel safe in personally, mobility, and in community. So it doesn't come up in the survey as something that we should be focusing attention on, even though we know it is epidemic. And since COVID, it is hugely epidemic. I heard some stats coming out of Toronto from the paramedics that serve the island community down there, and the increase in violence in the home increased something like 400%. It was like way out in left field. So we know it's epidemic, but I'm not sure supporting it here in the police services board is the right place to go.
Well, we've had our final standalone police service board meeting, so we're not convening until we amalgamate with Mulmer and Melanchthon. So I guess the question is, we either endorse the police service board motion, or we leave it alone. What would you like to do?
That was for you to decide, because you put that forward, so I'll let you go ahead.
I don't think there's any problem with endorsing the police service board motion. Is there a motion to that effect?
I thought you actually would like to do that.
Yeah, I have one if council wants to consider, and that's that council for the town of Mono recognizes the epidemic of gender-based family and domestic violence and supports the call to action by the Orangeville Police Service Board.
Perfect. And would you like to move that?
I thought you wanted to move that.
No?
Go ahead. Okay, yes, I'll move that.
Okay. And Deputy Mayor Nick seconds. Any further discussion? Any opposed? That motion carries. Next item.
Next item raised was number 11, the resolution from the municipality of Calvin on national firefighting strategy.
And this is the one that speaks to the issue that has us losing sleep at night. And I'd like to move a motion of support for their motion. Second?
So the resolution that I'm proposing for council's consideration is that council for the town of Mono supports and endorses the resolution by the municipality of Calvin urging the federal government to commit additional funds for cost sharing of provincial wildfire firefighting and to consider the development of a national firefighting strategy. So I've added to the resolution the word wildfire.
Excellent. Okay. You'd like to move? Oh, okay. And, all right, we're good. Any opposed? Motion's carried. So that brings us to reports of members of council. Elaine, do you have anything to report?
Excuse me, your worship?
sorry.
We do need a mover and seconder to approve Schedule
Pardon
A.
me, thank you very much. Who would
And
like to
I
move?
do find it's actually easier if Schedule A is approved after the individual items are pulled out.
Right, and that's where I almost called the motion at the beginning, and I thought, no, I shouldn't do that. Councillor Davy moves, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposed? That motion's carried. Reports of members of council. Councillor Capes, anything?
We had a recent Rosemont Fire Board meeting, and I don't really have anything to report out of that at this time, but things are moving along, and they're doing a great job, and we got a copy of the Joint Fire Chiefs minutes, which obviously are available, so that was the first time we've seen those, and we were very appreciative of that. That led to a long conversation about the dissatisfaction with the province's replacement of the in-person training at the college and what they've substituted it with, which is not really up to standards for what they want to do. So they're finding other ways to do training and collaborate with Orangeville and others, so. Melinda, anything else that was, no? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Fred, anything to report?
Just a couple of quick things. We had a fire board meeting, Melinda and I attended, and the council should know because we've been telling you for the last year that we've had an HR issue. That HR issue is all finished now, but because we get these enormous increases from our fire departments in terms of annual budgets, I don't have the exact figures, but I can tell you roughly, if you take last year's expenses and this year's budget into account, we're probably over $100,000 on this item alone. That's public information, Linda. And I mention it because I know when we come forth with our next budget, we're going to get some frowns from certain people on council.
Could you elaborate, $100,000 is what?
No. It's in the budget, which is public domain. That's everything, the lawyers, the whole 9 yards.
This is the excess of this year's budget.
No, it's how much we've spent.
Thank you for that clarification. What were you saying? Okay. I didn't say that.
I was also at a CBC meeting last Friday, and nothing really urgent to report there. They have a strategic plan, which is now in format for the public to read. If anyone would like a copy, I can provide it. There's also, and I don't have the date in my mind, an upcoming meeting of the Headwater Streams Committee. It might be next week. If anyone's interested, I should let you know about it because we're going to have a very interesting presentation. For the last 2 years, we've been working with the NVCA staff on doing brook trout sampling. And Ralph, I forget the name of the employee, is going to give us a summary of what that means for the town of Mono in terms of all the brook trout they've sampled and where. That'll be by Zoom or whatever you call it. If anyone's interested, I'll send you the date, and I think that's all I have to report. Okay.
Thank you. Significantly, we had our very last Police Services Board meeting for the town of Mono. And there's a piece of correspondence within Schedule A that speaks to the implementation date for the amalgamated boards. There's going to be 4 of them that deal with the Dufferin detachment, Shelburne, Orangeville, and Mono, Melanchthon, Mulmer. and East Scariffraxa, Amaranth, and Grand Valley. A very interesting wrinkle has developed, and that is, what do we pay for our public member, or even indeed council appointees and the provincial appointee, and because each municipality currently pays a different amount, ranging from the reasonable to the outrageous. So we are trying to get clarity on that. But if we harmonize to the higher end, what has previously cost us about $500 a year would probably be peanuts by comparison. So I'm hoping to keep the honorarium at the current level, at least so far as the 3 municipalities are concerned. It's an intriguing debate. The other thing that came out of that meeting was a discussion about the use of black cat technology to measure speed, and whether the OPP has ever used our black cat to measure speed on provincial highways. Of course, everyone knows that there's an MTO study of Highway 10, so the question is begged as to whether or not they are going to measure speed on Highway 10 as part of their review of the safety of Highway 10. No one really had an answer to that question, so a letter has gone off to the Minister of Transportation asking point blank whether or not they intend to measure speed as part of their review of Highway 10 safety and take other factors into consideration. That letter was sent yesterday.
Why does the MTO have to, I mean, the Dufferin OPP can use that black cat to measure the speed?
It's not clear that they have permission to use it on provincial highways. It's not clear. So we'll see what the minister has to say. But I think it's absolutely critical that they monitor speed for an appreciable amount of time to get a sense of how unsafe that highway is. And we've asked on behalf of Town of Caledon as well, where the study is currently underway. The Dufferin component of the study has yet to start. That's my report.
Just some information from the public health meetings. I can't say much about it, but mergers are still very much being discussed and have a huge implication. So this is very much on the forefront of our thinking. The ministry are saying that they're not going to force any mergers on us. This is the public statement, and there's some questioning of that statement. Dr. Mercer is as you know, is the public director of public health. And she does a little report every time, and she's very good. She's emphasized a couple of things. She's emphasized that a study that has been done of vaping in the schools, and the amount of vaping that is happening is increasing very, very much over the last couple of years. Vaping was presented as a possible solution to people who are smokers to get off the habit. What is actually happening is that new people who are getting interested in vaping or cigarettes are taking on vaping, and it's maybe creating more addicts than we have with smoking. The level of nicotine is not controlled, and the statement was that you get about 2.5 times as much nicotine as you would if you were smoking a similar cigarette. So there's a big concern about this. It's also being sold to minors, so that's a gap in the control system. The other report that she mentioned, which was really quite disturbing, I thought, was they have a definition of what is the nutritional food basket, how much a family or 2 individuals or a single individual needs to be get proper nutrition. And the price of this has gone up in the last year 15%, and it's estimated that about 18% of all residences in Dufferin, or in the Wellington-Dufferin-Guelph area are nutritionally deficient because they cannot afford the nutritional basket. That's all. Oh, one other thing, the pollinator garden is gearing up for the next year, and it looks like we will have a festival again. Likely, it will be at the same location, which is Alex Levine's Lavender Farm, just down the road. And we have almost confirmed our two speakers, so it will be on June the 15th this year. Take care.
Great. Melinda?
Thank you, Mayor. That's very interesting. Yeah, the vaping thing was first advertised as adult, a way for adult to help in smoking cessation, and was such an oversight that they were going to market it to children. So we had an amazing event, the Winterfest, and we had a super turnout, and it was a perfect day. And so mark your calendars for next year. If you missed it, it's going to be February 2nd next year, 2025. And right hot on the heels of, and at that event, we had our ribbon cutting for the grant that Kim got from the Ontario Trillium Foundation for our snowshoe lending library. And if you haven't borrowed some snowshoes, get out there, because we're having some snow, I gather, on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So next week will be, this is an awesome service to the town, where you can borrow them on Thursday and bring them back on Monday at no charge. You just have to put a little promise that your credit card will pay if you don't come back with them. But you can take the whole family. Get snowshoes for everybody. We've got 47 pairs, all sizes. And then hot on the heels of that event, we had our Valentine's euchre on which Deputy Mayor Nix was there, but unfortunately did not take home a prize this time. But we had a great turnout, and you had 54 points, so that was a good score, but not good enough. Anyway, it was super fun, and we'll be doing another one a long time from now, but it is going to be in the October. It's called our Harvest Euchre, so look for that in your newsletters. And then, of course, our next recreation event is Make Mono Shine on May 4th, which is a Saturday. And so we're going to have great weather, and everybody needs to come out and after our hibernation and so on. An event in April will be terrific. And then I did go along to a meeting of a couple of advocacy groups in Dufferin County or in Southern Ontario about the Greenbelt Promise and so on. And it was terrific, and it was a thank you to the people who've been working hard on fighting some changes that we all know how we feel about. But I went along not only to hear about that and so on, but it was at Hockley Valley Community, or the Hockley Community Hall. And so it was an opportunity to really see this gem in action, and it was an afternoon tea, and it was delightful. So I see big things in the future for our Hockley Community Hall there. I'm hoping that will move forward with our discussions with our neighboring town. And that's my report.
Thank you. Les, do you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any activity or project to report, but I do have some sad news for council. We had a past employee of town of Mono, actually it was Township of Mono at the time. You may have heard, Jennifer Cruttenden passed away Saturday, February the 3rd. In the past, she was our planning assistant and deputy clerk.
Thank you. Matt?
Just briefly, just to reiterate what I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting. Public Works has a meeting with Rogers tomorrow, and I hope to have an update by the end of the day tomorrow for council on the status.
So Matt, my understanding is that they've come in looking for quite a few permits, and it's a question of getting them to prioritize their permit requests, because there literally are, I don't know how many.
71.
71.
Yeah. A
Okay.
bunch of which were submitted last year that we have to organize and go through. So, and then the ones that we've already approved last year that weren't picked up. So we're organizing those, and we're gonna hopefully get an idea of what they're realistically able to complete in the next couple months, 3 months, 4 months, and get those out to them as soon as we can.
Don't hold them back.
No,
This is
No.
good news.
I think their subcontractor, we'll see how they go.
Okay, thank you. Dave?
Quickly, thank you, Mayor Creelman. Just to reiterate, so for the Roxborough proposal, project name Line 2 Developments, that's the 100-acre parcel north of our industrial park, Coles Crest Industrial Park. We have a planning committee meeting March 14th, PNAC, Planning Environmental and Natural Heritage Committee, on the 14th, 7 p.m. And then it will be followed by the statutory public meeting. That's the meeting required under the Planning Act for council, March 26th. That's an evening meeting, as I understand from our good clerk, 7 p.m. There's also the latest amendment from Dufferin County Planning, or Dufferin County, on the Municipal Comprehensive Review. Again, this is part and parcel of their official plan update. I believe it's an Amendment 4. I don't have an actual number, but I think so. And it's dealing with provincial plan policy conformity matters. So the one Amendment 2, I think it was number 2, dealt with land needs, employment review matters generally. 3 was the scheduling, the mapping, and all the amendments to those schedules. So there's an open house on February the 14th in the afternoon at 1:30. It's Zoom, it's online. And there was an announcement made by the Dufferin County Clerk to this matter. They'll have a public meeting on March the 14th at 6 p.m. at the Edelbrock Center, 30 Center Street, Orangeville. That's it for me at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Kim?
Thank you, Mayor Creelman. Just in follow-up to Councillor Davies' report on Winterfest, I just wanted to publicly make a huge thank you to all of council who participated in one way or another to make that event as successful as it was. Your participation is so gratefully appreciated, and it was wonderful to have you there. I also like to thank all of the members of the Recreation Advisory Committee, all of the hard work that they've put into events in the past few months, well, all year round is incredible. And it's a committee that works incredibly hard, and we couldn't do many of these events without their participation and their support. So I'd like to thank them very, very much for everything. And of course, to all of our community groups and all of the sponsors at Winterfest. Again, the community groups and all of the benefits that they bring to our community, and sharing that information with all of the participants at Winterfest is so grateful and eye-opening as to everything we do in our community and all the opportunities we offer. So thank you very much to all of those community groups. And the sponsors who make our Snowflake draw as successful as they did. Was a record-breaking year for us in bringing in the monies that we did with the draw. We brought in over $1,600 from the draw alone, which certainly helps us support this event that we put on for free for all of the residents. So anyways, that was just a few more comments in that regard. As you know, Valentine's Euchre was great. Really enjoyed that. And again, Councillor Davey, once again, an incredible MC for the evening. And Deputy Mayor Nix, your participation. Whenever you want some lessons in how to play euchre, I'd be more than happy to give you some private ones. Anyways, what else? The following night, euchre carried on, and I went to the Mono Tennis Club's first fundraiser for their group towards the new tennis courts, and they too held a euchre evening, and it was a great success. I know they made money that night, and really enjoyed it, and it was good to see all of the tennis players and the support that they had out on Saturday night. Saturday afternoon, I too evented at the Tea at the Hockley Historic Church, and absolutely took a look around at that facility, and I see some incredible possibilities for that venue forthcoming. I think that's just about it for what's going on in recognition. In recreation right now, bookings are up at the halls. We are heading into one of the busiest years I've ever seen at our two community centers. So I'll keep you up to date on how that goes. And yeah, huge shout out to the recreation staff.
And Kim, if I can echo what's been said already, a big thanks to you and your staff and the Recreation Committee for all the hard work on Winterfest. It was by far the best attended, most successful Winterfest that I can remember. Thank you. Fred?
So council will recall that they've scheduled Saturday, April 27th from 9:30 to 11:30 for a town hall meeting. Council was trying to decide whether they wanted to have an agenda, a presentation, a theme, strictly an open forum. And if council can make that decision today, it can go into the forthcoming newsletter.
So what's the date?
So,
April 27th?
Can we switch? Yeah. So there was an interest in road safety, in particular speeding, expressed. Councillor Davey has some logistical issues and is wondering whether or not we could do it from here online.
well, we had determined that it would be a hybrid town hall meeting, or council had made that. So it is a full hybrid meeting like this council meeting today. So it's in this building. It will be both live streamed and on GoToMeeting.
Excellent. So what's the wish of council in terms of subject matters? I mean, I have my favorite, but there may be other ones that.
Why don't we make it highway safety or road safety? And we should, before they hear from the public, we should have some background from you about our letters to the MTO and the ministry about that. Maybe we could have the OPP here to tell us, we did buy them a black cat thing, and where is it being used in this issue? Can't use it on provincial highways, you know.
Well, we're
we
trying
should
to
have some-
determine that.
Okay, but we should have some background issues and then, I guess, open it up to the public.
Are we good with that?
So an invitation to the OPP for someone to attend who might be able to, if, maybe a very brief introduction, but be available to answer questions? Is that
Absolutely.
the idea?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we'll
Okay.
do. Thank you, council. I also want to remind council that the AMO conference this year is in August 18th to the 21st. It's back in Ottawa. If anyone from council is going, hotels probably should be booked, but if not, absolutely now. And conference registration made. I don't know if it's anyone's intention on going or not, but,
I want to go.
so,
But I've got my hotel already,
okay.
tentatively.
And one final thing, I've invited the Integrity Commissioner to attend our next council meeting on February 27th. He'll be giving a 30-minute presentation, and not a 30-minute presentation. He'll have 30 minutes in which to give a brief overview and answer any questions. And keep in mind that the Integrity Commissioner's contract expires June 30th of this year. So we will be moving very shortly after that meeting into a discussion on the process. And I know the county councilors have already visited this at county level on what the process would be there.
I was just going to mention that the county has decided rather than using an RFP process, we'll use as if, what do you call it, as if we're hiring someone process. And there are reasons that's advantageous, and we might consider the same.
Just for my calendar, the April 27th meeting, did you say 9 AM or 9:30 AM?
9:30 till 11:30.
9.
Your Honor, I think we usually we have an open question period for residents to ask us anything they want. Are we also going to have that?
I think so, yeah.
I think we should.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll have two components to the meeting. One is the road safety, and the other is a bear pit, for want of a better description. Okay.
Your worship, just quickly, so successfully made the deadline for the electronic vehicle charging grants. That was the day after last council, so I was able to get those 2 grants in. I met with Yaw Ennen, the manager of economic development from the county last week, just to try to see how the town of Mono fits into that county initiative. So we started some discussions, and I'm hoping to have more information for council on that as we move forward.
When you say that initiative, you're referring to,
The county has the economic development strategy that they're trying to
roll out?
Deputy Mayor Nix went to the nighttime meeting that we had, and John was regretfully not there, but yeah, no, we started conversations, see how Mono fits in that, whether it's economic development strategy or an economic stabilization. We entertain stabilization as a topic.
Right, okay, thank
So,
you.
trying to focus on our existing businesses and so forth.
Right.
And that's it.
Notices of motion. Councillor?
Yeah, I don't have the wording, but I would like to put a motion on the floor for the next agenda meeting that we, as a town, are opposed to Highway 413. I would point out that Mississauga, Vaughan, Halton Hills, Halton Region, Orangeville, Peel Region, and Toronto have all passed such motions. I don't have the exact words for it.
We've passed one.
We have?
did that.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
And,
Okay,
and
we've
it was,
passed it then, that's fine.
and it was based on the town of Orangeville motion.
Oh,
Yeah.
terrific, I'm.
We're already on
These
record.
drugs are sort of, anyway. I withdraw my notice of motion.
Okay, any other notices of motion? It's a quarry. Okay, I have a motion that council move into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 11:55 a.m. for 3 things: proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land, 2, committee attendance, and 3, CAO performance review. Do I have a mover to that motion? Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Mantalo. Any opposed?
No, I'm not.
And that motion is carried.
Can I just suggest a 5-minute break, and maybe we should
Yes.
tell most of staff we don't need them to stay for the in-camera.
Okay, so we'll resume it at noon.
We're back live.
Thank you, and I have a motion that we rise from an in-camera session at 3 minutes past 1 in the afternoon and directs town staff to proceed accordingly. And the second part of that motion. And I have a second motion.
Yeah, so a mover and seconder for the first motion, please.
Fred Nix moves, seconded by Councillor Capes.
All in favor? Okay. Next motion?
Next motion, please.
Okay, so the next motion is that we rescind the appointment of Leah Zurab to the DEI and Recreation Advisory Committees.
Do we have a motion, a mover, Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Davy? Any opposed to that motion? Thank you, the motion is carried. I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 3-2024, held on the 13th of February, 2024, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Councillor Davy moves, seconded by Councillor Manctillo. Any opposition? Seeing none, that motion carries. And I have a final motion that we adjourn this meeting at 5 minutes past 1 in the afternoon. Councillor Capes, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Not opposed, motion's carried. Thank you.